Up. Welcome. Over on GitHub, I got a mention in a pull request about testing a thing out, and I thought I'd see if we can do that. But it needs a bit of a change. So Bastian enables us to do the post-rendering effect that we do, which yeah, I've been trying out these things before, and he asked us, or if you want to try out, so I thought we'd do that. So apparently they changed some things around in the way the renderer works in Godot, and Bastian changed the things that he's working on with the compositor effects or rendering effects, which enables custom post-processing in a reasonable way. So I thought we'd try that, and it sort of works. First thing I had to do was just get rid of some barrier stuff, which apparently isn't needed anymore. And now I'm trying to make my code work, but it gives me this error of like we can't have bigger push constants than 128 bytes, which wasn't a limitation before, but this means I have to switch to another technique to do this, which I've done before, luckily, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But we are sort of in a bit of a we have to do a little bit of work to see if what he did works. But it's all good. We should have been doing it that way anyway. So I actually did this before, as I said, with the compositor effect tests project, and apparently we have this layout push constant and restrict buffer scene with all these things. So we'll try to port this thing to this thing. So let's see what it wants. Set 0 and then binding. I guess we have to do 4. It's not a uniform params anymore. It's a restrict buffer params. I don't know why it didn't copy everything. And then they come out as params, so that's the same. So if we can just fill this out the same way we fill it out here, it should be good. And you do different things. So I need to figure this out. So here we do like push constant with all these weird things. But what we should be doing is create like a buffer, a uniform buffer, and I actually created a few like methods that we can reuse from the test project. So I thought we'd get rid of the push constants. Just put it in a temporary file here. I don't think we need that at all. Instead we should create like a buffer, and put our uniform into this uniform set. Now this is called scene uniform. Call it params. Let's call it params uniform, so it's the same params. Params uniform. And then this part is the same. Hello, Balrog. My daughter broke up with this amazing guy because he's lost the top half of his foot in a tragic accident. I asked her, did you break up with him because he was an amputee? She said, no, it's just that I'm lactose intolerant. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Sofian types of data structure in your project. That's a question. The legend. Yeah. Now, apparently I do get all my matrices here. And then we gotta, somewhere in here, put those matrices into this buffer. And it seems to me that we do something like this, add projections and stuff. No, not cut. I have a sneaking suspicion that I do things differently in here versus in the other project, but we'll see what happens. So now we're just missing all these functions, but I do have them down here, so let's copy those over. I don't know if this is gonna be correct or whatever, but let's see what we actually want from our thing here. So these need to be in the same order. That is the wrong, it should be the compositor effect GLSL. So in this case we want like more stuff. So this is a projection and view matrix. I'm thinking, why don't we just add those as well? Why not? It might be good to have them. View matrix, inverted projection matrix, and then inverted view matrix, and then I think this camera position here is the right thing. So it's like 4 matrices and then 1 vector 3, and then we need a whole bunch of these like twist, scopeness, hope these are correct, phase, wave width, whatever that is, and chromatic. And then those go into we create a byte buffer, and then we put that in here, and then we see what happens. It's a little bit angry for sure. Identifier scene transfer. Oh, it's called. Just do scene. You can't undo that way. Wait. This scene uniforms need to be some sort of a thing, right? It's just this. Where here? So we add those, and then we build this, and then we set this in, but it should... This thing doesn't exist, it should be this thing. Which makes me think we probably should just call params scene. It's gonna be called something else in GD script. Okay, no more errors. Didn't work, but we do get errors, so... Mismatch uniform type for binding 2 and set 0. Expected combined sampler, supplied storage buffer. So this binding number here is wrong, it should be 4. Again. Boom! It works! Or it half works because the effect doesn't quite look the same as before. It's missing the outline, and I don't quite know why. Might be because we were doing something wrong with the way we build these matrices. I think these are not the same as the other ones. So, like, for example, the inverted projection matrix looks slightly different. So, it's like similar, and then we do like ×2. No, they're the same, aren't they? ×2, ×2, ×2, ×2. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, and then 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. Yeah, so that projection matrix seems like it's the same. Why did you do that? I'm testing the new refactor of compositor effects on top of the acyclic render graph. How about the view matrix then? The view matrix is this inverted view matrix. Yeah, it should be. Do I not have add view? Inverted view matrix. Here we go. This one Looks pretty similar as well. We got a 1 here in the old one. No, that's that one. Never mind. These would be the same. It's like basis, 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 origin. And then camera position is just the view matrix origin. Which is the same as the last column or row or whatever it is. I thought I saw a difference, so maybe projection is different. We didn't have projection matrix. That might be a reason, I guess. Let's take a look at... I just want to close everything down. We don't have that. So if I turn this on, it is doing something, but you can also see like maybe that there's something going on with the shading as well. It might be something with how things are somehow. I don't know yet. There's something is up with the... I'll do this and just see it better. No, it doesn't apply the thing here. Take a screenshot of this. Go into our favorite FPS killer, Photoshop. Just pixel peep those. Now that looks correct. It was something else, I guess. But we don't get the depth buffer thing here. There's something around quantize in the FX here. Depth texture uses screen UV to capture, so I wonder like what could be affecting this, or are we just missing some parameter that we forgot? I think I hard-coded just the values here for stuff. Can you format this file? No. I would love to see the depth. Just to make sure we have depth information. If it's upside down or something, then we would have a problem. This G. We need like that should make it so that we just see the default out UV, linearized output, and output image. Why? Other shaders no. Okay. Come on. Find the thing. That file. Texture, no over. Oh, I forgot to finish. So it would be a vec4 of this, but with instead of zeros we just use depth. But depth is not going to be visible, so we got to do like depth. Let's do sample depth instead. So there's something here. I think it seems about right. Yeah, depth seems alright. So the question then becomes what breaks? Why no more outlining? Read depth, sample depth, depth center, vignette. So somewhere in here we have like, we must be using depth center, right? Here. There's the threshold. What would happen if we just returned here instead? Or both, I guess. Syntax error. One too few. No. See the outlining. Possible that there's a little bit of that in. We definitely don't have out. No, let's just. So this doesn't work somehow. And the values have become very different, so there's just like a different threshold needed or something. Is it this? There we go. Now we have it again. So the problem is simply that we don't want it to be something with the camera. I think we don't want to see this through the water because we're using like the depth shader or the water to disturb everything, but not the depth buffer. So this sign world position Y, so either world position is wrong or camera position is wrong. Let's take a look and see if we missed something with pushing the camera position or something. Camera position should come in after. Oh wait. It's not right. We messed up. We messed up. We didn't save the. We need like a projection matrix and view matrix. Projection matrix, view matrix, inverted projection matrix, inverted view matrix, and then camera position. There we go. Yes, so we got outlining. No outlining through the water. Unless we are below, then there is no outlining above the water. There is here. Okay, cool. I think we fixed it. See if it works in a build as well. It looks all right. So we have one major problem. We don't have sound in the game anymore. We don't have sound effects. I do think we got music but no sound. It's probably something with an audio listener that we're not thinking about. So we gotta fix that. Let's write a comment on the GitHub page, I guess. But we have... Does it feel like it's changing slipperiness? Is there a degradation of frame rate? It should be a much better, or it should be slightly better, I should say, frame rate than it was before, because of the way that the acyclic render graph doesn't require waiting for everything, for every step. Instead, it can start rendering things earlier and be parallelizing things much better. That's the way I understood the thing. But yeah, it's all. See, what do we have here? 4 enemies and it drops from 250 FPS. I'm just a bit confused about why that is. Oh, deprecated. That might be it. Where does that come from? Might want to restart because I changed. But I don't know. Let's see if we can. This is weird. You can't do the find in files unless you have a file open. What duet display? Go away. So I've commented out all the barriers. Let's restart the editor once and see, because it might be like a remnant of some other. Loaders? Oh no. Please fix and resave the scene. Level generator instances RAM piece. This is like every mesh in the game or something. Can we do re-import all? Maybe later. So let's try to keep an eye on the output here and see if those start happening. Maybe it's because we like reloaded or something. Restart caused it, or still none of that error. So it was probably just a remnant of some older stuff. So Errors. Debugger. What's up? Not a buffer of any type. Oh no. Node not found. Okay. That's not a big deal. It's weird without sound. Let's fix sound as well. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it introduced a big issue. So let's reply to this. Quote reply. Is it called uniform buffers? Just to mix my dreams with what reality brings. Good morning. Are you ready for us to come? We are wiser now. We can do it with no fear, with total trust. Future, how you doing? Are you ready for us to come? We are wiser now. We can do it with no fear, just total trust. Trust. You can't. Like if I look at the chat in. Alright, there's no way to go back, right? Even on YouTube. You can take a screenshot of the error. Go to my channel. Live. It's not correct. Oh, actually it is correct. I forgot to change the YouTube. Oh, I can. Nice. Here's the thing. Position should come in at one major. Oh, okay. We can bring down the audio levels a little bit, or bring my voice up. When am I gonna get freaking not sick? It would be nice. Preview. Like, cool. Push it. All right, so we did that, and I think we can do that. So next up on my to-do list is like thinking about refactoring. Because there are so many things in here, and I don't know quite what's needed and what we need to rewrite. It would be nice to do like a major rewrite of things while we figure out like the design. Game design. We could clean up some of the systems. I'm thinking about things like maybe projectiles shouldn't just be like instantiated as game objects. Maybe they should be like something that doesn't really live in the scene. It should be outside. Same with like projectile impacts and stuff like that. It seems like the game kind of slows down a little bit. And there's some architecture around that. Plus things like when enemies get hit, they should flash. When they die, they should be like erased from existence in some interesting way. There is oh, hello Lemsil, by the way. Muzzle flashes, stuff like that maybe should be like more core. There's also I haven't even written this down yet, but like the shader compilation hack where we kind of make sure we don't get shader compilation stutters because we have everything, or we know exactly what we need, and it's easier to do that if we just keep stuff like projectiles and explosions and muzzle flashes, all the shaders and all the models and everything for that in one central place. That should make it easier for us to just like make sure we pre-calculate that. And maybe like making sure we know like the number of materials that we need. There's something with the upside down. The ghosts are like we could probably do that in a smart way where every enemy keeps track of all his meshes and then just mirrors those automatically, maybe through just inside of a shader or something. Maybe there's a shader pass that just flips the world upside down and renders the thing, but that requires us to make sure that we use the same shader for every enemy, or something to that extent. There's like a whole bunch of these. Maybe we need to pool enemies so we don't allocate a lot of memory during runtime. Could be nicer to just activate and deactivate enemies. I do think we're gonna have less or fewer enemies. Like a bunch of enemies that create their own, like the new worm enemy is like making copies as it gets spawned. Maybe there could be some build time creation of those objects instead of the other way around. And there could be an interface for that where like all the enemies, they're like created upon start of the game. One of each is shown to the camera or like behind some black thing, and then their shaders get compiled. I don't know exactly, but I think there's it's a decent time to start thinking about like how can we make this game a little bit like the code for the game a little bit more resilient to stuff like that. We have also used like in a shit ton of places we just used the let's see if we can find any examples of it. We just used these string references, and in a lot of places or in a lot of ways that's fine until you change the structure, and then you're in for a not so nice time. So I don't know if I should be continuing with this version of the game until I've solidified a little bit more around the design of what the game should be like. Oh, there's also the whole like recording, getting a replay of the game was also something that we wanted to do. That could be a good reason to like refactor stuff around. Let's put it down in like the requirement section here. I don't know that a new project is the best way of doing it. It's tempting to do it just because it's nice with a clean slate, but oftentimes it's faster to just change things in place, even though it's less fun work. So one way of doing it would be to like build up some part of the project in a separate project and then move that part back into this project. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like there are benefits to either method. It's easy to get into issues with just going into this infinite loop of just restarting the project multiple times and never quite getting to the end. But it's become this kind of a mess where stuff like the dash is a player action, but the jump isn't, I think. Yeah, the jump is just a node. So I run into these issues daily where things don't work the way I think they should. Big refactor sounds nice. Yeah, maybe. It's Friday, so we might like indulge a bit in some bullshit like that. There's also like a whole bunch of physics issues that I found during this where I don't know for sure that I've added it to everything, or like the fixes aren't added to everything. There's a whole bunch of these like basis when you try to look at something, I do that a lot because enemies kind of want to look at the player or something else, and those calculations sometimes go haywire, and it would be nice to be smart about when I do that to always do the proper checks. I would love to have proper PSD support in the game, so I don't have to have all these PNG files everywhere. And I don't know if I want... yeah, I don't know exactly how I want to do that. Structure with like naming of folders has also been like a bit of a recurring issue where let's do consistent naming as a thing here. So at this point I think I'd just go for like lowercase, no spaces, just underscores. Yeah. I want to figure out, before we do anything, I want to figure out why we can't hear shit. So there's something with the viewports. Let's do this first. Let's add this as a point we should try. Fix sound effects. Because they don't, we can't hear them. Let's see if we can use our little... like if I shoot now, for example, we shoot and then press G, and then audio or sound effect instance. Here we got a sound effect instance, and it is not inside of... it's not inside of the place where the... or maybe the sound player. It's just like not where everything is. I didn't ever figure that out Gigant, so that's also a thing that we could like try to do in a refactor. So why do we not hear sound player stuff? Is it because they're not living into the same... let's do some googling here for let's say Godot viewport sound. Godot supports 3D sound. More of this confoundable. For this type of sound to go audible, the viewport needs to be enabled as a listener. If you are using a sub-viewport display, don't forget to enable this. Okay, so something needs to be a listener. Uh-huh. Gotcha. So I don't know that we need this. We'll probably get rid of that. Yay, we had sound again. That's good. I think. Cool. Let's commit that change. You know what? It's like two things. Use new acyclic render graph branch and fix audio. Or like, does this? I know what's going on here. It's not fix audio in here. It's just if we remove the or clean up that save, and then this will be like audio listener. So we can do, these are all changes for yeah, whatever. That's probably, well, turret enemy is not part of that. There we go. And then we do like fix audio not audible. Like there we go. Let's just push this so we're oh, I do have a focus right, yes. This is, it seems to be this is interesting because it should be the opposite. Scarlet Mini. Burning negative samples doesn't make sense. Okay, this is something to follow. How can I? What's the state of it? Okay. Anyway, let's follow this issue. How do you follow an issue without like interacting with it? Subscribe. There it is. Cool. We fixed the viewport thing. That's pretty nice. We can just maybe start thinking about. Hello, Frostin. What's up? We could start thinking about how we would structure the game if we were to start over. It's pretty nice to just have to bring over things as you go. But there's like the scene structure where because I didn't want to move things. This part here is kind of annoying. Because this viewport camera is the real camera that's inside of the viewport and everything. But it is not the actual object you're changing when you're... Like, this gets updated from other objects that are like virtual cameras. Which is a semi-cool idea because you can cross-fade between cameras easily. So I might want to keep it, but I had to do it because I didn't want to move all my objects inside of this. So if I were a bit more adamant about not using like string references to everything, that would make sense. Even though it's really convenient to just drag shit in like that. So scene structure could be a bit improved by doing this. So we could have everything just live inside of the sub viewport, and that would be like the world, the 3D world instead. And then we'll have a UI world as another. So like game, and then 2 viewports, one for 3D stuff and one for 2D stuff. A bunch of UI. Gonna go get something more to drink, and we'll figure this out. Hello, Tinspin. Flash Media? What are you talking about? Like, SD cards and SSDs. Okay. I've never had any big issues with that. With SSDs. SD cards I'd never really used outside of the Switch. I like the internal edit. So okay, maybe make sure that VS Code works well. We can have that as a goal. Because I sort of want sometimes to be able to do things in VS Code. I don't know. I have infinite number of drives. Some of them are old. Some are not. Not old in this case. Maybe 6 months or 8 months or something. Open this one up. Wait, what? There we go. So I want to make a new project. Ocean Mirror with a dash. That's not going to be confusing at all. Cool. Let's just set this up and see survivorship bias. Yeah. I never turn off this computer, so maybe that's a thing. I have this saying that there are two types of drives. There is either entirely new drives and there are full drives. That's how my brain has been thinking about things. So I usually fill them up and then I buy new ones. So you're probably right. Probably right. So let's start in one area. I think one interesting part would be to try to get the structure right and get the shader, for example, because we're doing the upside down thing. Wouldn't it be nice if we had a thing that could render the ghost version of an enemy, for example? I think what we want. Do we want this to be a canvas layer? Maybe. Root, and then we create like viewport container, and then we have sub-viewport. Viewport container should be like everything. The sub-viewport is gonna be like our 3D world base. And the question is, where do we place 2D objects in this? Or like, I guess I can just place it. I'll have you fight about those things. I don't know or care. So we'll have scenes. I think that's this should be like the main scene. Or the game scene, let's call it that. And then I want to have like prefabs separate, because I found it annoying to have like things you instantiate right next to the things that I think of as scenes. We need scripts. Cool. So should we have a 3D route? I don't know how we want this to happen. Why is this so strangely... Right, so stretch is on. We want to have like 3 in here to do that. If we have a label, we type in some test text. It would make sense to have this under some kind of this doesn't show anything because it doesn't really have like an environment node or anything. But if we put it, let's say, somewhere there's gonna be like a 3D route. Let's call it a world. And I don't know where it should be, but let's put it here. Either world or level. And inside of here we'll add a mesh instance. And let's add like a new box. Now I want to learn. So there's a material override. Standard material. There's a next pass. Can we create like another material here? Another standard material, and then we'll like make it a shader material, and then we'll render it upside down somewhere. Let's do this as like a shading or transparency, alpha, blend mode, additive, and then cull mode, still back, I think. And then we do depth test, but no depth draw, shading. Then we do like albedo color. We're gonna need like some texture on this, but who cares? And we're gonna convert this into a shader material. Next pass. Wait, we can't convert this. Yo, it's down there. Cool. Now we'll just in the vertex shader reverse everything. So how do we flip it around Y? We take every vertex. It's called vertex, I think. That doesn't work because it's not centered around 0, I guess. Because it's not the world position. Hey, Spires! Welcome. How are you doing? Have a good day. Good to see you. It's called something else like position or final position or Godot vertex shader set position in world space, something like that. It's called something like the Godot shader constants or something. It's something in here. I've seen it before. Let's do latest. In here somewhere. Global uniforms. Yes, that's nice. But here we go. Built-in functions. Not in here. If I can remember how it works. I guess it's in the flower shader. Not really. We just do vertex there, right? Whatever shader do we have? Or it could be that we use this. You can set the vertex directly, but I think that's in local space. So we know we can get inverse model matrix world position. So maybe it's these two lines that set it up. maybe this one too. So like world vertex position is model matrix times the vertex, and then the vertex is inverse model matrix. We don't care about the axis offset. Get rid of that. And then we get XYZ, and then normal is simply not done now. And then WP is the world position. So now Y minus 1 should invert it. See? Look at this fella. Isn't he like pretty good at this game dev thing? So normal needs to be reversed, I think, for this to work. So if we wanted to, we would just do the same as this. I think it's still showing more the inside than something else. We can do col front instead, and it'll just work. I wonder if the light would work. Got Rorimmed. It's a directional light, not 2D, you mother effer. Make our light like look down. Can I? Yes. But yeah, now we have a thing that enables us to not have to have game objects on like both sides of everything. And I bet that if you move this down, it should be like the mirror is up there. It would be nice if the mirror also didn't like overlap here. Let's see if we can do that. So the first, it's not the next pass. Slightly less colorful thing. So like we should stop drawing it if the world position is above 0. And that can be done by sending the world position through and just throwing away things. Good example. Is there like a world? What's it called when you... It's uniforms and the other type. Varying. That's not how to do it. Still no. So does this work? And the top part should also be clipped along the edge, I think, if we want it to look good. Actually, that doesn't work. Actually, it should be the, it's not unflipped world, but it's the, if the object position. Is that only available in here? So the idea being that the reflection only gets shown when, yeah, when this goes below. I don't quite know why it becomes brighter. But yeah, this is a good like start. Okay, so we have shown, let's take some notes. It should be like entity shader, mirror, let's put this in a separate point, I guess, through, what's it called, next? Next pass is pretty simple, so yeah, that's good. Good start. This should speed up everything quite significantly if we do it this way. I think they should be different because they're going to be quite different, but the top part, this shader, that should be significantly different. Let's go with our cranium, models, and then we have this bones file that we can put in. So I'm still not sure if I'm gonna like move things from this project to the other or the other way around, but we'll figure it out. Let's create a new folder called models. I'm really not gonna have that many things. I'm gonna have another folder here that's gonna be called like meshes. Model's gonna import into meshes. Almost feeling like I should have like a source asset folder and then something else. But so bones. These are all the models that are used for every enemy. There's like nothing else than these. So we can do like set mesh save pods. Create a new folder called bones. And then we're gonna have to set up the paths. It's not annoying at all that it does this. If I do this, does it remember the name? Yes, but they're not named nicely. So let's go in and actually do that in Blender. So they have the nice name here, but not here. Let's just go through. We don't need the low part. That's just a remnant from the sculpting. Bone dual is nice. Thin bone. What? Bone nail? Yeah, that's correct. Bone thick. Bone thin. Jaw. Skull. This one is just like skull low in this case, because now this is the very low res version of that. And then we have vertebrae. Save, go back, and then we're gonna see what happens with our models and meshes here. Set mesh save paths. So it doesn't seem like it needs the prefix here. Let's instead go and set animation save paths to just meshes, I guess. Because it already... Wait, what? Close. Let's undo. I don't know what happened. Yeah, it's not annoying at all that this opens like in a million pixels wide. And it doesn't save. Set mesh save paths. Okay, same with this one. Let's just do this folder. Meshes bones. So it's got the prefix here. And save to new file is fine. I'm not happy about the naming though. Why doesn't it name them in Godot fashion? Let's do it. Bone dual. bone nail, bone thick, bone thin, jaw, skull, skull low, and vertebrae. So save again, go back in, open this up, resize the window. It still has uppercase B because the file name, that makes sense. This one should not be called bones uppercase to lowercase. Now we're talking like Godot file naming. So it looks good to me. Let's pick this, re-import. Now let's see if this works with our mesh instance. Let's call this skull now, and skull. It's looking pretty good. I do have two more textures that pertain to this. One is gonna be the normal, and one is gonna be something else. Now we should be able to have normal, normal. Now you should see this being a bit more detailed, which is nice. Then albedo, I think I usually put in the AO texture in albedo to kind of add some extra contrast in there. So will this material now save the second step? I think so. So like make unique and then save as. Materials and then entities. This is gonna be like enemy let's call it entity bone instead. I think we need to do something more about this, but it's a good start. Also, does it work in build? Yep. It looks a bit I know there's a way to set the bilinear, no? Because this is not correct. Yeah, these are ocean mirror things. I should change the stream information to like Ocean Mirror Refactoring for the lulz. Live stream edit save. There we go. So why is it in here? Here, nearest. There we go. Sweet. Camera, back off a little bit. Yep. I like that. So what if we added as a child to this the jaw? And since that has the same material, it just works with the effects. We can like doesn't have any teeth. Cool, so this solves at least one real problem. I wonder if I want to do the same. I don't think I'll do the same for like the geometry of the world, because that has colliders, and this like ghost thing shouldn't have a collider. Another somewhat interesting like quirk here is, how do I feel about the, I guess, because what if the ghost should hurt you? Then we still need some kind of collider there. There's another part where it is like, so the skull, for example, has a model and stuff, but it needs some kind of physics thing. Do I want to use character controllers and handle velocity calculations myself, or do I want to do it with rigid bodies? Because a lot of the enemies I create don't really work on that premise. They're not like physics objects anyway, so maybe I should handle collisions myself instead. I'm not sure. Let's put that down on the it's called kinematic body, right? No, it's called character body 3D. Character body 3D, or the same sort of goes for the player. So all entities are, I need to figure out which one I want them to be. a lot of my problems have stemmed from the character being like a rigid body rather than a physics body, or a rigid body rather than a character body. Like some of the bugs are just wouldn't have been, I don't think at least, applicable if these were character bodies instead. Another thing I want to do is rename Time Manager, because I use that like in a million places, and writing out Time Manager all the time is annoying. I would love to call it Time, because there's a built-in time already, and I don't think I can extend. So let's experiment a bit with the structure. So one thing I want to actually get working is the Godot tools. I think I'm using some weird Now we have Godot tools. Let's set up this to use VS Code instead. And we already have this set up to do that. Let's create a script. Open it up. Yes. So can we now get like input? It seems like it thinks this is in another. No, this is now in Ocean Mirror. Why did it say ice float? Like ice float is not in this project. It's opening up the wrong. Is it in here? The port for the debugging. Where did it go? Advanced. I do think it's not in here. No, it's in here. This is already used for this editor, so it's opening up the wrong. This is not great. Now we want to like just restart. Does it connect? Disconnected. Connecting. Connecting to the GDScript language server. I think this one is still like it's not running the server because it wouldn't run it on that port. Let's go grab our this thing. make sure we pick the right project here. And it should open it up with the right version and retry. Let's see if it finds anything. Yeah. Okay, so now this seems to work. So can we run the project? Run or Godot. Run workspace as Godot project. No. Godot editor. We create a debug. Run and debug. Nope. Seems right, I think. Does something, but failed to launch, command failed. This is the wrong Godot path. Is this in my yeah. Oh, Godot C#. That's another one. Here, this must be the one. If we go to terminal, and then we just grab this path here. Can we just flip these around to those? Maybe not. Where the heck do I keep my slashes? Right there. I've lost my forward slash. Language server, is that on that port that it says? 6605. Seems like it. Okay. Stop. Restart. No. But really, I don't want this. I wanted to tell the launch here, not. Thank you, Sava. Como Sava? Oh, you're doing core CLR though. I'm not using C#. Huh? But it works. Nice. I'm not sure why it's... So while it does work, It's. I should look at what the settings say here. Open the command palette, debug, open launch JSON. Select the Godot debug configuration, change any relevant settings. Here we say like let's undo and go back to what I had. Project, workspace folder, sounds good. Port, remote debugger, seems okay. Address seems okay. Launch game instance. An instance of Godot will be launched. If you use the path provided, an edit path defaults to true. Launch scene. I wanted to tell the editor to launch it rather than opening another editor. This is how it used to work. Whether to launch an instance of the workspace's game or wait for a debug session. I want it to be false, I think. I can do this, but then it doesn't run right. Or do I have to like go in here, press play? Maybe it's because I had the window. Did it connect now? Like, hard to tell. I don't think this is actually running now. How about now? I'm mildly confused, I'll be honest. It doesn't crash all the time, at least, so that's a good start. Is this not working because this is set up wrong or something? I think I need the... Failed to launch Godot instant. Can we get some more info about why? What? It started something. Another version, another instance of the editor, I guess. Maybe that Why doesn't it work? It says connected down here, and I guess that's the GDScript language server. This is a Godot project, which seems right. And there's select and start debug configuration. GDScript. Yes, start another instance. I have 2. What I wanted to do is like press play on in the editor. Chat GPT. In VS Code with the Godot tools extension. How do I make VS Code just press play in the Godot editor to debug rather than starting another instance? I guess it could work with starting an instance as well. Doing research with Bing? Is that new? It does seem like from this it should just be true here and should just work. But this fails. address already in use. Maybe this is classic, like just restart and it'll work. Right. This needs to launch. Go hide that. With this Godot, we don't need that at the moment. Here is the old project. Here is my keyboard firmware. Here's the new project. Launch. Failed to launch Godot instance. Command failed. Couldn't connect to the server at this. Is the editor running? Doesn't seem like it. So let's boot it up with this. Got a hiccups. It's not implemented yet. HTTP in front. Everyone says this works. Godot editor, editor settings, network debug, set remote 4 to 6. Debug adapter, set it to 668. Sync breakpoints on. Use this. I'll be damned! It works. So can we do... I wonder if I have to play it once for this to work, but let's see. So now we do like test, and we do like print, test, and then we try to run this. Restart. failed to load launch. Why? It only works once, and then you gotta redo it. And then if we put a breakpoint here, it hits the breakpoint, and we can inspect what delta is. So it's sort of working. Can we change it, save it, and then just continue? Seems to work. Hot reload works. Then exception stops here. Okay, that's fine. But now I want to print delta instead. Save it. Continue. Should be F5. Now it still says kebab here, which is not what I told it to be. I gotta save the file. Okay. We got something. We got something. I'm not sure I want this, but I... So either way, if I launch it from here or from there, it's gonna work. But it only worked once. No, it worked now. When I just pressed. It does switch to Godot, which is sort of not what I want. If I exit, it has exited. Can I press Control R? Control Shift R, I think is the thing I have. And then just to change this to Delta 2. And that just works. Nice. C# is fine. Yeah. I've used it a little bit. I used it for my window manager. It's just been like, yeah, C# is fine. Cool. So why is this angry? It's never used. I think I want to change. This is also kind of an interesting just start to refactoring. There's a bunch of warnings here that we could do, like unused parameter, ignore, is what I'm thinking. Cool, so now let's go in here and just say we wanted to create our time manager, for example. So let's create a new folder that's going to be called like system. And we'll create a new file. Oh, this is all behind. Can I not like zoom in? There we go. Now, what do we call this one? We can't call it time, because time already exists. I think time hides the native class. We could call it xtime. We could call it time manager. We could call it what like synonyms to time. Can we do this? Like get and declare an array with synonyms to time. This is one of the reasons, by the way, I want to use GD script because, or VS Code, because of really missing it. What I tried to do like a C# project, and just having the frickin' Copilot in there was really good. I'm missing that a bit. So I don't know what we should call it. Like T. Someone said, Savagor said, just call it T. I think that looks ugly. And T to me sounds like the template parameters, or generic parameters in C#. Chrono it could be, but that's kind of pretentious. I wonder what happens if we do like func tests print test. Yeah, sure. So, and then we do auto load. Call this like time, and no time, and then we class name. Clock, watch, beat, pulse, flow. T. Kind of like T, but I'm gonna start writing time. That's what it's gonna be. Like, I know pretty much that is what it will be. We'll just quickly open up the previous implementation of this. Maybe it's in like system or something. This one keeps like internal time. There's some weird UI mode things. Oh, we need that like UI mode redo, because that's not good. There's a bunch of things in here that I like though, like getting. Well, this is not right, by the way. Yeah, let's get everything in. Timext. Timex. X time. Like my random class is in, I call it X random, so maybe I'll do X time. I'm not sure this is correct, by the way. Hello, Jake. Maybe today. Did you see the graph, by the way? I think like let's take a quick look. YouTube. No, not Google account. Go away. Studio. Analytics. Shorts. Here is the. I don't think there's anything we don't want to show in here. So this curve is pretty interesting. It's just like and then turned off. When I looked yesterday, it looked like it didn't have any traffic from oh yeah, now it's updated. Now there's a little bit of Reddit traffic in there. But most of it is still like just a shorts thing. Only 10%, which means only 2% of the yeah, 2% of the traffic came from Reddit. According to this. Good upvote rate, yeah. But this used to be 86% or 90%, something like that. Now it's down to 31. I'm just scared. Scared about everything with Reddit. It just feels like someone's gonna come out and hit me in the head with some baseball bat. Yeah, I don't know how to solve this except for maybe calling it X time instead. Or time X. Underscore time. I don't really like underscore as a... X is kind of, especially Shift X is kind of annoying to write on my keyboard. It's just like a weird... Can't call it time. We could call it time X. Or time underscore. Or underscore time. But I think time would have been better. Should I have lowercase time? Because that we can do. I don't really use time as a... It does feel dirty. Really, really dirty. So now if in here I would do like time. Why doesn't it auto indent? That's dumb. Modified in YAML. There we go. Now it works again. Almost. Do time.delta, for example. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Time wait. I like lowercase, just less buttons to press. Yeah. Sweet. We're inching to one, and we haven't had a single crash yet, which is nice. Okay, what would be the first thing to implement here so that we are on our way? Let's look at the to-do. I'm thinking of putting all the assets in a folder. So like materials, meshes, models, textures go into a folder. And I guess we probably have to like re-import this so it knows it's gonna put things in the right. Okay. Cannot remove meshes. But what if I restarted? Can you do it then? There we go. This cleans the whole thing up a little bit. Scenes, scripts, prefabs. Cool. Let's go get something more to drink. Ah, it's lunch too. Holy shit. Just have some eggs. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's add a couple of add-ons, by the way. Script tabs. I really want. Download. Install. Godot tabs. What is this? Scenes into tabs inside the editor. Not really. Then I want Jolt. Right. Jolt we cannot just use the built-in version because that doesn't exist for 4. Only support 4.2, but I have a special version. Save and restart works. Holy shit. It sort of worked because it doesn't set up the so One of the more important parts would be the rendering stuff that I do. That could be a thing to think about. There's also like, maybe we should have an FPS controller pretty early on. I don't know. Let's mock some things up here in VS Code now, just to get a feel for if it's nice to code in VS Code or not. Extends. This we have been using rigid body 3D before. We'll see if we do that. I'm gonna just do node 3D for now. Should it be something else? Maybe character body. That I feel like it should be able to figure out. So I'm thinking maybe an entity component would be a good idea. These are sort of things that aren't 3D objects that live on an entity. And have a reference to an entity. That's the idea. So for example, health always lives on an entity. So I want to do something like export. Actually, can we just do like a var entity, but I want it to be entity get they're guaranteed to have this, but I'm thinking like maybe this should be a compile time thing where you just set up an export var entity that gets auto-filled as their parent for all of these. But like, for example, health now will be like extends entity component. What do I need this for, by the way? It's more like player components that I'm interested in. Things that reference the player, like the gun manager or whatever. We'll see. Then we need functions to like do damage to these. We need hitboxes and stuff too. All hitboxes should be area 3Ds, I think. And they should have export var health. Maybe actually health doesn't live on an enemy entity. An entity has health. But health doesn't have to be an entity component. It can just be a node. And then the health has signals for like changed. Something like that. Died. That was changed, died. And then we have function for hurt. And then we're gonna have like an entity source. And source node, which is I think always would be node 3D for simplicity. I don't like that. Instead it should be changed.init. So there was kind of a false help there. That's interesting. Does it understand now if it do like died? Yes. These should also have source entity and source node. So we always have, we know who did something. Oh, that's inside out, Unane. Oh, what's this? Where are my eggs? I'm starting to get hungry. Are they done? Let me go check. Okay. Well, oh, there it is. Oh, those are hard boiled. I've been experimenting with like boiling my eggs a little bit harder. But this is too much. It's mostly because my kid doesn't want the yellow. So we boil them harder and take out the yellow. It's okay. Six minute 30 from boiling. Yeah. You know it, Rob. Rob over on YouTube says yellow is the best part. If it's not hard boiled, it is. I usually do 8 minutes from cold, and that's pretty perfect for 3 eggs in the particular pot I have. Then there is the yellow is kind of semi-runny, which I like. It depends slightly on the heat too. Solid but gold. Oh, maybe. Yeah, that's like 7. That's like 7:30. Takes about a minute for my stove to boil the water. Ooh. Um, what would I actually use the damage source thing from? Other than for like debugging. I think I want to do a simpler setup. I don't think I need any of that. Potentially just the hitbox that got hit that will pass along. Yeah. Let's say I want like a projectile. I think a projectile should extend Do we want them to bounce like naturally on things? Not really. They should just be like traveling in either in arches, but when they hit something, they have hit something. I think they can just be shape casts. Yeah. Maybe. Plus, I feel like it's been trained on old GD script because it doesn't like add the types and stuff. I don't like this setup. Let's do var age 0 instead, and then we do like age plus equals delta. There's also, if we want to do smoothing on things, giving me bad advice here. Wait, isn't it? Or how do I do shapecast things? This I'm gonna miss, like being able to go to the docs here. Get collision count is what we want. I need the range. Care but never used. Okay, that's fine. Now we can check if it is in some kind of group that we care about or whatever. Layer setup, yeah. So we need like So with projectiles, I would like to have like a bigger collider for enemies and smaller for the environment, because if you shoot something that's like a glancing hit, it should like not hit here. But if that's an enemy, we kind of want that. But if it's the player, we don't. So I don't know. Oh, okay. But what I can do is say, check if the collider is a hitbox, and that's the only way we can do damage. So it's sort of, we don't want a queue free here, but let's put in like a function that die or something. And for now, it's just going to be queue free. But we'll put in if we it should be like something around effects. Maybe we'll consolidate that into like effects manager dot like effects dot create projectile hit, and then we pass in ourselves or something. Oh, we got all the sound stuff as well. But okay, we just find the basic structure of things. Okay. Let's see if we can make like a simple player. Let's create a... I think everything here is saved. We can just get rid of this. Create child node player. We make the player directly into a prefab. Let's do it. Default naming on everything. The player needs to have a collider, I think. Collision shape is what they want, right? And this one should be like a capsule. 2 meters by 1, that sounds about right. Is it? I don't remember. Now, I usually put the feet at 0, but in many cases, like when I want to look at the player, it would be better to look at like the center. I think I want to actually try that out at least. The other part is the camera. So I think I just want to copy over some stuff from the old project where I have my virtual camera and stuff. Is it in here? Like virtual camera and camera? These two. I put them in rendering before. Let's do camera. I think camera. Which means I can add my camera, virtual camera here. Call this like FPS camera. And then we'll slap the other script upon this, which will be the viewport camera. So we'll see if this does anything. No, it's angry. Current camera basic type null. I haven't set up the viewport camera to... Okay, so here's another, like, how do I refer to nodes between scenes? Because I think I can do it this way, but that requires this to have the right name. No. Maybe it's just that I think that's the same. Okay, so maybe that doesn't work. Let's create a system that's the rendering stuff. New file, rendering, extends node, class name rendering. Do I want to call him rendering manager or whatever? Wait, this is not going to have a name. It's going to be something. And then we're going to have like it's going to be scene. That might make sense. Scenes, let's call this like managers. Create new scene, just let's try that. It's a groove joint. And then what I'm thinking is project autoload will have a scene in scenes managers rendering that we call rendering. And I wonder if I want to keep with the lowercase r or not. I kind of want the uppercase, but the time is we'll see. Save that, go back in here, and then in like viewport camera we'll have a ready function, func ready, and then we'll set like rendering dot camera is this. That's what I'm thinking. And then in viewport virtual camera, we'll do like rendering.camera instead. Maybe it should even be like this. Let's keep it like this for now. Let's see if it just runs. No errors. Cool. Good stuff. And this rendering is going to have other properties on it too, like turning on and off different things, or adjusting the what you call it, like the well, something. Call this the level, and then we're gonna put in like a CSG box. This is gonna be our 2020. Let's move this up. Yes, we can have something to look at. Here it is. Have a default window size of 1920 by 1080. Good times. Those, I think, yeah, the player will see those. Eventually we'll be able to jump up them. Light, shadow, enabled. Let's go. Cool, this is all the setup we need for a simple FPS camera setup. Now, it'll be 0.75 up from, maybe 0.5 up from, yeah, that makes sense. It looks in that direction, -Z. Cool. Now let's add this already has a virtual camera on it. So the question is like, yeah, let's create ourselves an FPS camera, or should it be player camera maybe? Extends node. I think also I want like a player node or something, player reference node. This is sort of the called player component. It's exactly like entity component for just a player. This I want to refactor later. But for example, the player... No, I put it in the wrong file. This should have been here. And this should extend player component and should be like player camera. Hides the global... okay. No, that's not true. It's just because something was called something at some point. So the player camera will have like a process thing. And I think that it should also be like interpolating the stuff. But let's make it just like turn or something like that first. Do we do it in physics? Process should be able to do all the stuff. So first of all, we want to have a virtual camera reference. So export var camera, virtual camera. And the way I've done it before is to rotate the camera and stuff like that. We don't really need that here. I think camera should rotate up and down along its own x-axis, depending on how you move your mouse. And left and right should actually rotate the entire player. So player is an entity is a character body, so that should work. Oh, since we're using character bodies for these, we don't really need the physics. We can just update move and collide in here. But anyways, we want to get the mouse delta thing, which puts that in. If we want to lock the maybe we should have like an input class. That keeps track of whether or not we're like locking the mouse position or stuff like that. Let's start by just moving. So we get mouse delta. We get from get lost mouse velocity, maybe. Print mouse delta. Sounds good. That's all we're gonna do to start. So player has FPS camera, and then we're gonna add a new node that's gonna be the player camera, and then we're gonna have the FPS camera in there. And then with this, we should be able to see. Yeah, it is actually showing us the delta position. And what I actually want to do is say like mouse. We need like a settings file for sensitivity and stuff. It's pretty transferable from the old project, I think. But yeah, it's trained on old GD script. So you get no change. Why is that? Is this not happening? I think we just get really big values because sensitivity is a big value, and this is the value in pixels. So we do this value divided by didn't like it. Isn't it just like window get size X? I'm getting annoyed with where do I get it? So don't want the resolution, it's a display server. My question is like why didn't this work? It is not made current. Now we can go up and down. Feels a bit laggy, and it's inverted. I don't know why it would be laggy. Is this the last mouse velocity? Could be one frame behind, maybe. But then I want like player dot get player dot rotate y. That should sort of do it. I'm a bit annoyed with this getting it every time. It should just be func ready player is get parent as player. But this should really be done at compile time rather than here. That also means that this needs to call super. Let's try it. Now we can like rotate, but yeah, it is feeling kind of laggy, or if it's mouse acceleration that happens. I don't know. Or is it just very high sensitivity? Last mouse has frame delay. Feels almost worse than that. There's also the get and handle input. thing that I think we should be using rather. Oh, this is also wrong. But I don't know. We'll see. Event.relative. Yeah, it seems to be what I'm telling you to do. So now it is not resetting it if it's not that. So we need to reset it at some point. Like this. Potentially after we've used it. Right. That feels much more correct. It is. Pretty fast though. So a question, would you want to divide it by the size of the window, for example? Would that make sense? Like if you have a larger resolution, I don't know what happens to the mouse movement in that case. Now sensitivity is really low. That's good. Man, it's nice weather out. It looks really, really pretty. Can you see this? Sort of, if I can. Just like pretty blue skies. Looks neat. Now I've mouse event relative already takes that into account. Not sure if. I think it just gives you the pixel movements. But the other part is we need to lock the mouse here. And be able to unlock the mouse, which is something. So this is really slow. Game locked at 60 FPS too. Let's see. Window. VSync mode. I think I want it to be mailbox. Resizable is good. Initial screen 0. Let's just capture the mouse. How do we do that? Like that, maybe. Ah, that feels super smooth now with VBox mailbox or mailbox. Resync. Cool. Let's allow us to move around then. Well, that shouldn't be done in the camera. That should be done in the player. Let's create a new, or another player movement GD. This is going to be extends player component. Maybe player component should be a player action too. We'll see about that. Class name, player movement. We want to have like an acceleration and stuff. And a damp, I guess. And then gravity. Maybe gravity is a different part. Let's say if acceleration is 100, and then we want like damp as a simple one. Damp should probably be something like 10. Oh, we need that does the frame rate independent damping. We have that in the other project. Is it in here? Not in there. Huh. Where can I put it? In physics? Or maybe I removed it because I didn't use it? Oh, it was the frame rate independent lerp, which lives in dual lerp, I think. That should work for us. This floats. Anyway, let's see what we do. We do like func ready, super, func process. So I want to do this. If I could do it everything without physics, like where that's involved with the camera at least. I want to get like the movement. Let's get a 2D vector set up here in input. I want to add like move left, move right, move up, move back and forward. Should be set up like left to be A, right to be D, forward to be W. I feel like I'm maybe like should be doing something else than redoing all this, but that's fine. Let's just chill out. Jump space. All good. Get input, get axis. Move left, move right, plus forward, move forward and move back. I don't know why it doesn't like auto. And then we don't want to normalize that. We only want to normalize if movement length is larger than 0, then Movement is movement normalized times accelerate. No, it should be movement is movement normalized. Otherwise, we don't want to do that. Now we can do like, yeah, we need the like velocity somewhere, and I'm thinking of putting that into. We're just gonna keep it here for now, but it should be somewhere else. That seems about right. And then this. Except lerp velocity towards 0 with damp times delta, which is sort of correct, but it's not frame rate independent. So now my dual lerp code comes in, and we gotta just steal this function for now, and we'll figure out we'll make it work, and then we'll make it good. Our problem is it doesn't work with floats. But I think we can do velocity dot lerp. You grab m relative and input, add it to the mouse velocity. So you add it every frame, and then in process, use it for mouse movement and reset it. So if you're, yeah, so you're accumulating the movement over multiple input frames and then using it in somewhere. Yeah. Velocity.x equals lerp free. Why is this so angry? Oh. Let's see if this works. And then we want to do like player.move and collide. Move and slide is what I want, right? Move and slide. Velocity. Too few. Oh no, you actually set the velocity on the player. We don't need to keep the velocity here. So it's like this. I don't think I added it anywhere. Okay, we didn't add collider to stuff, I think. Consider me a mouse input snob, and it took me a lot of testing to get it smooth. I will do what you say. I'm interested in maybe calling this movement rather than player movement. And maybe like FPS camera instead of, but that already exists. Camera control could be control, yeah, something like that. So we have a few issues. So first of all, forward and back are different. And then our damping is too slow. And then we didn't set up our scene, the level, to be like, we didn't collide with these because collision is not on. Ooh, nice. So now we stop here. But one of the problems is our velocity doesn't stop. Or, oh wait, rotations don't work yet. One more second here. So we have this movement here, but we want to rotate it along with what the player's rotation is. So player dot rotation is a vector 3. Isn't there like a can we multiply this with that and just, well, it should be global rotation, but in that case why don't we not, we might as well just do this, do player dot global basis dot x and player global basis dot z, and that should now make it work. Moves forward, left, and right. So the damping values are a little bit weird, and left and right is super, like a lot slower than forward and back. And there's no way of getting out of the mouse mode. So how come? Because it should be X and Z. Now I can move, and now it seems about right, I think. We can still move into the small box. I don't know why. We forgot the collision. Use collision is on all of them. But this one, did we? We need to up the acceleration. Slides us against this. Nice. What happens if we have like a ramp instead? Something feels really strange about, because here it looks all right, but if I move here, it feels like it doesn't. No, now it does. Okay, let's see if we can get some gravity in there. Let's add a grounding thing. I'm thinking this one, does it have to be a player? I'm also slightly interested in maybe renaming the file so we don't have player prefix here. I don't think we have a super. I will have like var lost grounded is minus 99. And then we'll have like time dot, or rather if player is on floor, last grounded equals time dot time, I think. Also this time, it would be nice if that was called float instead. Can we rename this? Float? Oh, float. Holy shit, there's rename. Now. And it makes sense when you say it like this. Time.now rather than time.time. And then we gotta have like the grounding grace period and stuff like that. So we do an export var grounding or like grace or coyote time 0.15 I think is a good value, or 0.2. And then we can have like is grounded bool, and we say like get, can we do this on one line? Return time dot since last grounded is less than grace. I don't think you can do it in one row, but you can do that, I think. I like this one. Cool. So here comes a question now. So if I want to do gravity inside of player movement, and I want to access this player grounding thing, what's a good way of doing that? Do I add wait, is this you? Is that you, Munglo? Thank you. Because it since I'm in streamer mode, it just chose an M, and I had to guess. I'll check it later. I'm thinking something along these lines. So player will have like movement here, and then we'll add grounding. And then we'll link it up like this. Then we need health. Forgot about that. Health should go on player. I feel like all of these should come like update earlier generally. These come later. Yeah, this is pretty clean. Now movement can add gravity. Player dot velocity dot y minus equals gravity times delta sounds perfectly fine. to me, but only if we're not grounded. So this is where we get into that thing. So if player.grounding is grounded, if not that is true, then apply gravity. And I think this velocity will be reset by move and slide, right? So let's try that. Sounds good. So now we can move up here, and if I move up, we will fall down because there's a big gravity. Cool. Times player position y sine. So if we're below the 0 point, like that's the surface, then yeah, we'll have to think about that a bit. Let's increase the acceleration quite a bit. 300. Feels okay. I wonder if I should fall immediately without the grace thing. Or if that should be... We'll figure it out. Sweet. Let's make the jump. All of this is just like, yeah, I think it will it not understand if I rename those files in here, right? I just don't want it to break down. Scripts, entities, player, movement. Let's just rename all these to be like not player. Call this FPS camera instead. Let's call this, that will be player component. This will be like grounding. This script is the virtual camera, so this should be called FPS camera something, but this should be called like virtual camera or something. There we go. Let's add a jump. Extends player component, class name, player jump. Func ready. I'll just put in super here just so we have that. Func physics process. If input is pressed jump, then jump. No, we'll do this later. I think that will work, and we don't need physics process. It should be just in process now. So we want to do a couple of things. So var has released jump is false. Last jump is -99. So we get little timers, so we know what's going to go on. And then we need some tweaks. We do like jump, initial force, and then we do like hold force. What else do we do? Initial force is like something 20. Hold force could be something like 22. I don't know. And then we'll do hold duration. That should be 0.25 seconds or something like that. So we want to do if player dot. Well, first we want to say if jump pressed and not has released jump. And player grounding is grounded. Begin jump. So we want to set player.velocity plus equals player global basis y. And I do this because I want to jump the other way if I rotate the player upside down. Times initial force. Sounds good. And then last jump is time.now. Also, we want to have like a jump interval set to 0. I think you shouldn't be able to jump more than once or twice. 0.25, 0.2. And time since last jump is larger than interval. If jump pressed and not has released jump and time since last jump is smaller than hold duration, apply force. We want to do something very similar to this. Oh, did you see how it pushed everything in? That's very annoying. Okay. When I'm moving it, it's like destroying the indentation. Shit. If not jump pressed, has released jump is true. Okay, nice. So apply the force times delta, and it should be like hold force. Yep. Go back in here, make sure we have a jump. This one. Jump, and I feel like player in turn could have jump as a reference. And then we can reference that. The camera goes before those. Jump does not work, I think. No, it's just we've thinking about refactoring a little bit, and I'm trying some different approaches to some things. So for example, one thing we did was, instead of instantiating like the enemy and its mirror as different like mesh renderers, instead we wrote a shader, and now it's like, okay, so since the player before had this weird setup with a camera and a camera rig and stuff that moved the camera and flipped the camera around inside of the player that didn't rotate, I'm kind of trying to set things up in a more sane way for what the game is supposed to be, because I didn't know what the specifics of the game would be when I started, right? It was a very different game without like the upside down shit. So I don't know if I want to move this back into the old project or move things from the old project into this one. Yeah, or procrastination, I don't know. I'm not gonna... The global basis Y should point upward, so that should be good. Why, you know... Did I add jump? Yes, I think I did. Does it need to be like 2000? It doesn't seem like it actually did any jump. Didn't print jump. Not has released jump. That's probably it. Whoa. Now I'm just like flying off the page. We have a nice little jump, and it's doesn't quite work, and it's super annoying that escape doesn't take us out of but let's just put some code in there that does that. So like if event is input key event, that sounds good, and then if we click yeah, but this is is this a rewrite of the game? I don't know yet. It might be a little like we probably move over more of the old stuff into this, or the other way around, move some of this back into the other one. But it is sort of a refactor, and I don't know if I'm gonna commit to doing this. I just want to feel it a bit, because this is my first larger Godot project, and I did make a bunch of mistakes in the first version. Anyway, so jump seems okay. Let's say initial force is this, and this is like 200 instead. We can sense the height difference instead. Key code, I think, is a better name for this. So if I press escape, it's gonna release my mouse. And I think maybe I don't want it to rotate anymore. And then I click and it should come in there. Press escape. Yeah, let's only set this. Var has mouse is mouse grabbed. False. And then we'll have functions. Function grab mouse, or is mouse captured. And then do capture mouse. We move this up here. And then we'll have release mouse. Oh, also is mouse captured is true. Visible. And then this is in camera, so we're in the right place. We do like capture mouse, release mouse. These probably should live in some other class. That's good. So process here, we'll just say like if is mouse captured, not return. Should feel better. So now we can like, oh, error, scan code again with the scan code. Should be key code. Oh wait, not good. It's not nice that we have this open here. Get rid of that. Hey, how did it go, Nick? Mr. Name. Okay, so now we can move around. The gravity seems a bit high, but fine. I will press escape, and then didn't work. Heck. Oh wait, it actually overwrote all my changes. That's why it didn't work. It went okay. More. Now I can release, or I can click to get it back. Nice. Used to look differently, yeah, a little bit. We're contemplating. Maybe we want to do a little bit of a refactor, and we'll see if this sticks or not. We might be like doing some stuff in this project, moving that back into the old one, or the other way. I feel like moving from the old one to the new one might be good, because there's so many assets and shit in the old one that's not even used. No, Spurs, it's the same game. Don't worry. I'm gonna allow myself a little bit of this because it's a new engine. It's a tanking game. We also want has release jump to be false. And then it's the double jump that we want. Movement. Gravity. Let's bring that down to like 60. I think might be better. I also wanted to feel how is it to code in with VS Code. Oh, that's a better gravity feel, but it is not the right jump force anymore. You should feel bad about switching projects. That's not up for debate. Okay, let's see. We need a new world environment too to get some stuff. So let's set that up. I'll create. I think I want to create like a settings folder. And here we go. Add like a resource world environment. And we want SSAO, for example. I want to add this somewhere in here. Maybe we want like camera attributes. I think we want a practical camera, but I'm not sure. And then we want a compositor. We can actually do it here, new compositor, and then we just drag it here. Nice, that works flow. That's works flow. And then we're gonna get all our other stuff in there. And I'll start a project that will finish projects for me. That's a good one. We should finish projects. Cool. We have a world environment. I'm gonna put it around here. And now we should be seeing some SSAO. I think there's a little bit. I want a stronger SSAO. Yeah, it's there. More intense. What is it? Light effect that just like no. Feels so weak. Power. Anyway, this is good enough. Save. Run. Yeah, that makes things stick out a little bit better. Sweet. We have. I think it is too long. We should have a little bit more initial jump. This is gonna change everything, so we'll see exactly what happens. Initial, let's boost that up to this, and then this is a bit long, so let's bring it down to 0.1 and keep the force roughly. Enclosure system functioning. Accountability partners. Nice. We will help you. Should we create like I'm thinking like should we create a channel in Discord where you can like post your accountability things? Like if I don't do this, I will donate some money to the Nazi party or something. Just to force you to do shit. And it shouldn't be like donate to some nice charity. It should be something terrible. Hello, brains. How's the feel? Should we have different damping in the air? So yeah, this is mostly just like me procrastinating, doing some actual game design. I also wonder if I should call these like underscore material so I can do some more stuff with that. I'm contemplating adding like a checker texture to this, just which is like a world space. Oh, you got into modding. Nice. There's some banding on here. Some pretty clear banding on the dark grays. Let's break out the old background color for the environment. Clear color. Do you do it here? You want to do a sky? A dark sky? Maybe we'll do a sky later. So, do we want to get the effect now? $2 million subs on Steam Workshop? Holy shit. Nice. Oh, you got into Lua modding. Now I got it. The jump doesn't feel right. It feels slow somehow. Let's not edit scripts here. I think maybe we need to raise up the player gravity a little bit. Do 70 instead. Godot uses everything except Lua. But no, this is not right. I can probably use the hot reload actually, now that I think of it. Sometimes you can brains because there's two versions of Godot. One that uses .NET, where you can use C#. I'm not using that, for example. Most people won't be using that. But if they did, you could. There was one. Oh, okay. 275. Let's do 5 initial force and 100. It's like doesn't give me. Oh, it's probably because there is. Like if I am grounded, then I want to reset. Yeah, it's probably because we can set this to be this, but then X and Z must be whatever it was before. So I want to flatten velocity. How do I do this even? So I say like we have this plane, up plane, and we subtract this from 1, then we should have a value that's like doesn't have the y-axis, except for that the y-axis here might be negative. No, it won't, because it's a vector, so it doesn't matter which direction it is. Or does it? Perfect for modding, and probably a problem too. Yeah. But you can do that in GDScript too. Like modding Godot games is probably pretty easy because you get the source code with the game, more or less. Unless it's like obfuscated somehow. Check it out. It's check how it did. I guess there's a modding scene for something like Dome Keeper. I would be surprised if no one had modded that. It's one of the more prominent like Godot games, written in C#. Or no, it's not. It's in GDScript, I think. Can you not? I thought you could scale like this. So how do you do it then? You do player velocity x equals flat scale x times that, and I do it 3 times. Ah, I'm dumb. Maybe this will work. I think now the gravity is a little bit high again. Try 65. There's also no double jump yet, which is the next kind of part. We gotta get rendering the sound system. I don't think I will change a lot about the sound system. That seems pretty solid. Except for that crackling issue, but maybe we'll figure that one out. Cool. I'm also feeling the world environment is very dark. But maybe we can create a sky. I'm just putting in some bullshit here now. It doesn't really matter. What's the horizon color? Why is this so... Oh, this one needs to be the same as that one. Sure. That's about it. And then we can add this to make it color in the... Which procedural game? Ocean Mirror, the one. This is the same game, just like a different code base. Yeah, this is the same. It's just I'm contemplating should I do a refactor of the game because it's sort of my first try at making a full-scale Godot game, and I made a lot of mistakes. And I was sort of see what I've learned. Is it the sensitivity that's high, or is there something else that feels odd. Start overtime. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is. I will do a little bit today just to get a sense for it. So what do you want to see next? Do you want to see me implement the post effect, or do you want me to do something else? I'm thinking do post rendering effect. It will involve like the plugin that I made to turn it on and off nicely in the editor. It'll take like an hour maybe. We could also do camera juice, so that when you're falling down it kind of does a little bit of a duck, and when you're jumping maybe it like is a bit juicier. FOV increases when you're running fast or going fast. Double jumping could be like just movement juice could be another alternative. No one cares. It is good, I guess. No one cares. Perfect. Then I'll do. Then I don't know what I do. I will do a little bit of something. I just want to see how I can communicate between these. So we want to have like on land and something like that. Func on land. And when I trigger like signal landing. Hard stuff first. Hard stuff is game design, which I want to get away from that a bit. I want to land with a force actually. So there's that in vector 3 land velocity. Which means we have to remember the last. You know what we should do? Flip the flipping mechanic. That is what we should be working on. So let's finish the landing and then we'll do the flipping mechanic. I think also we should have the last velocity inside of player instead of actually inside of movement it should be, because this is where we run the move and slide. Something like that, and then in like grounding we will use player dot grounding dot player dot movement dot something instead of this, because it's not going to be correct. This is what we should do. But we don't call on land. So we will have to have some things more in here in grounding. So we can do like var was grounded a bool that starts at false. And then was grounded is grounded. If not was grounded and is grounded on land. Gives me a force and everything. Nice. So let's see what we can do with camera juice then for this landing thing. So for example, the FPS camera here. It's one idea is to keep the camera inside of something that's the camera offset, which can be made to rotate the camera, for example, or move the camera back, stuff like that. That doesn't like affect where the camera's like local transform. That could be used for like shaking things. I guess you can shake the camera directly. Like if you want to move the camera back a bit because of when you press shoot or something. And the same with like moving sideways, like the banking thing. I wonder if I want to actually rotate the player to do the banking. Probably not, probably just the camera. So probably what I want to do then is to go to the player, add a new child node, a node 3D, and call this like the camera rig or something. Put the camera in there. The camera rig will rotate like left and right and so on. And then the FPS camera can have a reference to this rig. And now FPS camera can listen for the event of This should work, I think. So when we land, we want to like add some kind of force that rotates the, it's like a var rig rotation velocity. So if we just add something to this, which could be like force, it's like what the force is aligned to the up vector of the player. Spring arm? Could do something with the spring arm, I guess. But it's harder to control. Let's just ignore the force variable. Let's say, let's rotate, add to it 1. And then somewhere in some update method, which I guess is like process, we will do like rig rotation velocity dot oh, we want to lerp this too. We put that lerp free here. I want this to also be able to do it with vectors. We don't need the 3. We can lerp v can be the thing. We don't change all the floats. No, these 2 floats to vector 3. And converted smooth sounds good. And this should now be able to do like from lerp towards 2 over that. And this should return a vector 3. Yeah, so fri.lerpv for this. This works here because we don't want to lerp the y anyway, so that's fine there. And then we have our lerps here, which is like the rotational stuff inside of camera. Okay. How are you doing? So then we'll do like yes? Hi? Let's see. Rig rotational velocity should be fry lerp v rig rotational velocity towards 0 over some delta 10 something. Should just do that, and then we actually wanted to apply the rig rotation over X, Y, and Z. Probably in some other order, I don't necessarily know. Why are you angry? From 2, there's another which is like the delta. Good. This updates the velocity and then does this. Now we want to take the rig rotation should be going back to 0 is my idea. And the order of this should be slightly slower. Okay. Base of rig is not set up. Okay, that's a little bit strong. I will contend. Might be that this should be slurped as well. Or we should be doing this only on X, on X, Y, and Z separately. That probably makes sense. Let's do it on X for now. No. Weird part is that it doesn't seem to like slow down or anything. It just goes absolutely haywire. That makes me think that the velocity lerp v doesn't work. Oh, it should be delta in there. I don't think there should be delta in there. It should be just the damping value. Some rave component. Now it doesn't spaz out quite as bad. Now it's inverted, but it's working. I realize now I probably should have done it in a different way. So I have because you don't want it to like snap down and then go slowly back. You want it to be like, and I have a tool for that. Oh, it crashed. Damn it! Why did it crash? Compiler and then crash. Odd. But yeah, I have this dual lerp setup that I used for the previous camera that we can use again. It's right in here. And it's also frame rate independent, I think. So let's put it in utils. Bone material is gone. Okay. Might have to go in here to update that file exists, or can you export that? Nah, that can't work, right? Can only be built in resource node. This is not, this is a ref counted. I wonder if you can make this update automatically. Tempted to try doing that, because you might want to set up the values, but we're not going to do it. Just going to do this. So rig rotation, not Z, but X lerper. Set it to 2, and then rig rotation X lerper dot update with delta. Update in nil. I didn't create the thing. Broke again. Don't dare do wrong things. That's strange. It hasn't crashed until just now. Still wrong, but it doesn't snap the same way. So do -1, and it should be multiplied by some force value. We can use force length divided by 10 or something. Like that's now doing it just a little bit too much. And I think the lerp values should be modified so they're yeah. The value smooth can be slower. I'm gonna guess that we use 5 and the desired smooth. This is like the value you're trying to go to, how fast you go towards that, and how fast the desired value goes back to 0. And I can see with these values it's much slower, and I think we're close to something, but it's not quite there. We could go a little bit higher here and a little bit higher here to get like pretty good. Feels a little bit like snappy at the start. Maybe. It's not bad. This could be lower. Good, perfect. Okay, so that was the camera juice. We can do similar things with like jump. Signal. Jumped. Sort of kind of want ready to be all the way up here, so it's easy to find. That doesn't exist. It's a pity. Here we want to go some other value like 0.5 or something, but it's positive, makes it go up. Hello, Fremmy! Yeah, I'm making a game. It's called Ocean Mirror, which you can watch the trailer and wishlist there. But I'm doing a little bit of a refactor of some of the systems, maybe all of the systems. We'll see. Because this is my first game. I've learned a bit, and we also changed the game quite a bit from when we started. So the code is gonna be a little bit tighter. Rewriting the entire game. Nah, we're gonna be copying a lot. Think of it as a refactor rather than just like a straight up rewrite. I still feel like there's a bit of a too much of a kick when you're slamming down. It is. Let's get this higher. This lower. Actually, I liked it better before, but let's have a lower smoothing here then. That's pretty good. Yeah, we've been working on this for a little bit. It was actually pretty fun for a while, the game, but we have like hit sort of a game design wall with the current game design. So we're just gonna figure it out, but I don't know exactly how it will turn out right now. So I'm stalling, and partly I'm procrastinating, and partly it's just Friday and I want to do something I enjoy. So these changes are not in that big of a relation to the game, but the game, if we're starting to talk about the game design parts, so if you look at the game has this like upside downside. You flip between different dimensions and stuff, or the two different dimensions, and that wasn't taken into consideration from the beginning quite as much, and we need to make sure that is super integrated, because that's the kind of the hook now. It didn't used to be, right? So that's the game design part. The game is kind of fun, but it got pretty spammy with which enemies come in there, and then you're just like bouncing on the surface up and down. So I want to make something that's a little bit more like closer to a normal FPS, but with that as a part of it. So I want to make like some of the more standard FPS things fun, like shooting should be fun. Maybe the time to kill needs to be a little bit longer. Nerf the railgun, which kills everything in one hit. There's a bunch of stuff like that. But then from the technical side, it's like also that upside downside thing was kind of tacked on, and there are better ways of doing things. But we'll see what comes out. Probably we'll just like learn from this, take the learnings back into the old project, and see what happens. But some kind of change is needed. I made a little list of like things that I want to work on. There's some performance issues too, and everything was rigid bodies before, which may or may not have been a good idea. No, I think it's gonna be a combat-based game. It just needs to be more fun to shoot, and enemies need to be more interesting, and should integrate better with the upside downside thing. But I need a good substrate to put that on. We're gonna start here, and then maybe throw this away next week. Cool. So VS Code, back to VS Code. So now we have the whole like the way the game looks part. No, that's not what we should be working on. Strike that. We should be working on taking what we had before, try to jump around the level so that it's so you can jump over the edge. I think you can jump over the edge right now, and then you'll get stuck. Camera's inverted, forward and back is inverted. So there's a few things we can do right there. Let's do times flip, and then we'll do like flip is the dot product between player basis y and vector 3 up. So no, actually we kind of want this. What we gotta do, this is not how you do ternaries. You can still do that part. And up and down seems to be working, but left and right gets inverted. So flip should only be, or should not be, on this side. A lot of beginning devs tend to follow that pattern. Yeah. It depends. Like I'm definitely a beginner in Godot. I've been doing game dev full time since I don't know 2017 or something. So I'm not quite beginner, I guess. No, left and right is really broken still. Damn it. Still flipped. What is going on? Oh wait, it is not. The player is not upside down. It's when the camera is upside down. That's why it's weird. This is my third game I'm making. This is my first Godot game, though. I released 2 games on Steam and Switch before. You can see back there is my first game called Hell's Other Demons. It's out on physical Switch and stuff like that. So I'm not a total noob. Okay, so now we should be able to jump. Oh, wait, forward and back is reversed. What am I doing? Oh, I'm not flipping the player around yet. This is a different take on what I did before. Oh no, I will not do third person. I've been down that road before. I'm not changing that much with this. But the player before used to be, I just move the camera up and down, but now I feel like I want to maybe flip the entire player upside down. When I'm flipping the camera upside down. Or I just move the camera as I did before. But there's like, when I do the ledge grab, for example, there are some colliders in there that that make sense to, how should I put it, like rotate with the camera and with the camera, or with the player and the camera. Yeah, I don't know. Battle Pass. So when I go upside down, flip becomes upside down, and then I will like rotate the player upside down. Would that be reasonable? Which direction do I turn upside down in? I haven't thought this through. What games have you made, Frammy? Sounds like you knew a thing or two. dabble. Cool. A dabbler. Yeah. Yeah, ask away if you want to know anything. So how the heck should I do this? We could just do it like what actually happens now? It works to kind of fall around, but then I gotta back up to get there, and the gravity switch around the center is not good enough. Yeah, because I'm moving backwards when I'm upside down. Left and right worked, right? Yeah, left and right is correct. Just that backwards thing that's not doing the right things. We could... If the camera is upside down, we want to make the twist the player upside down, which makes the camera not upside down. That is a bit tricky, because the camera is a child of the player. Maybe I did it right the last time. I don't necessarily know. Where do we go from here? We can try. We should try flipping the camera upside down, or the player upside down. Let's add a process function, and then we'll say like if we're gonna have a reference to FPS camera. If I could get that in there. Oh, it's because I have code. Oh. I know, Pedro, that makes sense, sort of. Let me just see where this goes. So func process. So what I want to do is say like up, it's just going to be a vector. If FPS camera bases y dot vector3 dot up is larger than 0, else vector3 down. Then I was thinking that I'll just rotate so that up is down over some kind of lerp. Alternatively, like, we do one of those. And then we just set rotation dot z is not the, yeah, we can do z is flip, but it's minus pi or plus pi. I don't know why it's like proposing the... Here, now we're upside down, and now we rotate the camera. Now everything is backwards. And then we rotate the camera around, and then everything is wrong. That's for sure. Everything is flipped, so it makes it a bit hard to... But also, does it actually... Does it flip us around? We're very close to the ceiling here now. But if I walk off the edge... Oh, damn it. Okay, camera's upside down. Now I can move. It is upside down. It's hard to tell if it did work. But when I'm upside down, it's also wrong. Forward, upside down, backwards is forward, or... Yeah, and that's flipped. Something is obviously wrong. This should be like if the local basis of the camera is upside down. Should it be the global basis? Everything is upside down, but movement is correct. I go upside down and then movement is reversed. Yeah. But whenever I do this, it's gonna be like flipping around if I do global basis. This is just super annoying. Hard to reason about because things flip. Now everything is upside down again, unless I do... If I'm actually upside down, it's not wrong. So flip never changes here. This player never changes, so... Now it's 1. Now it's -1. Forward and back is reversed. As soon as it becomes -1, what do we do? Maybe you're correct in that what we should be doing is everything is upside down, and then I'm trying to do that, then it becomes no, that doesn't work. So X should not have the flip. No. Now X is always reversed. Okay, upside down is reversed, left and right is correct. Left and right is correct. Okay, so upside down is always wrong. Adjust the forward and back, that is not correct. I don't know if if my brain is at this hour on a Friday able to have the player flip upside down in that kind of way. Okay. Sort of is, yeah. What you could rotate like the player instead of the camera, looking upside and down, up and down, but I don't know about that. So what did we end up with here now? Rotate the world. It's not the worst idea. So left and right works, but forward and back gets flipped when I guess this thing needs to be reversed if we are flipped. So let's put in a var flipped is flipped bool, make it a getter, get return if camera, yeah, that sounds about right, yes. So now we can use that instead of whatever we have in here, for example. And get rid of this, we can do player.isFlipped. Actually, now we can move. Wait, what? Flip is always wrong. This is everything. Now, what? Why? Oh, it's I'm done. It is correct. No, it is not correct. We did change it to the right value, but I think it is wrong here. It's like if flipped is true if this is less than 0. Oh, that's true too. So X is now flipped when it shouldn't be. Yeah, this should be reversed. There we go, up and down, flip upside down, that works. Move back, move forward, move left, move right, move left, move right. And then forward and back is flipped when it's normal. What? Does it matter which way, how we flip, or? It was almost correct. We shouldn't do this. So now, when flipped, it works, and then flipped, backwards is forwards. But what the heck, we just fixed this. Ah. We probably undid a little bit. There we go. Now it's correct. So the simple solution to this is to do the same we did before, where the camera just moves up and down to different positions. Depending on whether or not we're flipped or not. So like camera, this is what we did before at least. We can like position depending on if flipped. So we'll do like rig dot position dot y equals flip times 0.5. But it should be lerping towards that. So it's like lerp rig position y. This is like a local position too. I want to do it towards that over delta times 5 or something. So it's nice and smooth. Like this, we flip around. What? Can't move now because the grounding doesn't work, or we can't jump because the grounding doesn't flip. So we need to fix that. So if we are flipped, we need to check is on ceiling in grounding. I don't like this solution, as you might. We'll try and see if we can get it to work. If player is flipped and player is on floor, and if not, now we're here and we can not jump, but it tries, I think, which probably means that up vector we're using should be reversed if we're flipped when we're jumping, which is this is like not the best. I have to pee like a racehorse. Where's the frickin' up vector? Jump, flat scale, right. We're not gonna do it this way. We're gonna figure out how to actually do it, because this is not fun. But I need to pee. So now we can, like, maybe with some luck, jump over here. Why is it so hard to get through the? We still can't jump. Why? What is that about? I need to pee before we do. It's getting not good. But why? What is happening with the jump, do you think? Is it actually trying? What if we do like this and then just like... We almost made it. I don't understand. I think that is what I'm doing. Oh, the hold force is not flipped. That could be it. Now it works. It's a bit of a... It's not super easy to get the jump right. Or like to go across like that, but it works now. But yeah, this is not the way, bro. One of the annoying parts is that the level we're running at 0 and then we have to jump up from there. So we just changed this to be 0 instead of 0 instead, and then player moves up a bit. I think we should be in good shape. Because the gravity flips a bit early there. Otherwise, see, now it's much easier to do it. Let's do double jump because I'm sick of not having it, and then we'll also change the sensitivity on the camera a bit. Too high for me. I think like 50. Jumping. Whenever we're grounded, we should be resetting the air jump. So I'm going to do player grounded, grounding, connect grounded, no, grounded, or land, connect with on landed, func on. So one important learning here is that using VS Code is nice because I like Copilot, but it's giving me the wrong things all the time. Giving me like 3.0 stuff. It doesn't know that this is Godot 4. But oftentimes it works. Doesn't work yet. It needs to be. This now works, but my mouse is too slow. ChatGPT Pro? Can I change to that somehow? It has it in the dataset, I think. Because if I... maybe it just figures it out from my code, I guess. I don't know. Let's not bother with that right now. It might be that I need a better subscription or something. I'm paying for something, I think. When I ask it, I always start by right, but I'm not doing ChatGPT. Technically I am, I guess, but whatever. Cool. So I wonder if we want to do like in movement, if we are crossing over into flipped, and then we'll do like a signal that just like crossed over or flipped or swapped dimension or see here, it does the wrong one. It's got its set type, it's bool. That's pretty odd, actually. So what do I do? I think we want to fix the whole like actually flipping things. What is going on there? It's if I go to this is something. Maybe this is what you felt back in the day, nickname. You complained a lot about how it's hard to pass through because I guess forward gets flipped halfway through the rotation or something. Now it's, I don't know. kind of FOV are we looking at here, by the way? I'm scared. What did I just do? I tried some, I don't know which one it was. I think Llama, one of the earlier versions of Llama, I tried to get going locally and it worked, but it was so much worse than actual ChatGPT 4 that I didn't care to toy around with it. I think the problem was determined to be the camera movement, if I remember correctly. The corrections were okay, but since camera lagged behind, it wasn't lagging behind, it was like pushed back. So it say the camera's here. When you rotated the camera, it rotated around that point. Yeah, I have a lowly 2070, so I don't think I can run any other cool models. It does feel weird. Gotta be careful or you'll hit the ground. Like, it feels like maybe it's just that movement is slower, or there's no forward push on the jump anymore. You can do that, like directional force. So if the initial force is 5 forward, let's just do 5, or let's actually do 10 because it's got damping in that direction. Now we gotta get the movement direction. I'm thinking of putting this in instead out here. Movement is now going to be vector 3, and then get, and then return, and then indent. And I'm going to rename this to movement input, or like call this aligned move input. Aligned move meant there's it's so nice to have this freaking rename function here. It's something I really miss. Am I not using flip anymore? We'll figure that one out. Why so angry? Oh, I am using flip. So never mind. And now I can use that align movement in here. think you get a little bit of extra force now forward. The movement physics is something that I'm also like considering, like what should I do with it, because you're really fast in this game, and that limits that does limit quite a bit what you can, how you can design enemies and stuff. It's just the camera juice, it's too much. Create ourselves a little texture. 1 second. Let's make it like right, the PSD import thing. Maybe we'll tackle that soon. Godot cannot import PSDs, no. Not natively. There is an add-on, but that only works on Windows, and I'm sometimes on my Mac, so it's not what I want to do. Here we go. We want to do this, but we want the UV1 to be triplanar, and we want the scale to be 0.5. So now I think each of these squares is 1 meter. Because this guy is 20, right? 20 by 20, and this is looking like 5, 10, 20. This is going to be making the sense of speed much more. You can feel it much more. See, there's something going on there where forward becomes backwards middle of the thing. There's something that just like feels strange. Now that I see this, the normal movement speed is way too high. I think I want to make the player a bit slower in this version, so that enemies can be more dangerous. Take it down to 200. Okay, so next up, to make this feel better, we have damp. Let's have air damp as well, and rename damp to ground damp. Oh, I love that you can rename. Let's make this half as much. And we have the damping here. So do var damp is yeah. and then we use it. I don't know why it refuses to learn that. Okay, we got a basic FPS controller that's starting to feel pretty good. But the air damp... You know what? We'll do a different check. It's not like if we are grounded. If it is if we... The last time we were grounded... I think I like this. Oh, sorry. Time, lowercase t time. It's a bit dirty, but it reads nicely. If time since player grounded lost grounded is larger than 0 would be the easy way to ignore the blah. But it should be less than. We can move fast. No, it's never less than. If it's pretty good. That's not good though. I think the gravity is not taking into account flipped status. I'm thinking maybe there's a if we're on the surface, then the gravity is actually 0. Should allow us to pass through more. Kind of fades between the two. What was wrong with the... I'm like... You see? It's just landing all the time, I think. Let's think about that. So how should this work? If I'm below, it's better to use... It's not flip. The camera is upside down. Should it care? It is. The ground is depending on where the gravity is. So it should be if player or global position. Now it's... I don't know. Got stuck there for I don't know. Yeah, there too. That's odd. And then it just speeds up sometimes. So I think is grounded here. Here grounded doesn't work at all. So something is wrong. X. Buddy. No, I don't use gravity when I'm on the ground. It's still doing that thing. Can we make sure that it is the grounding that happens? Hey! Kom inte det? Yeah, it's landing all the time here. Hey? Ja, vad fint. Ska jag sätta igång det? Va? Absolut. Press the wrong key. It shouldn't be, the land should not be like the grounding. Can we rename this is grounded grace? And then we have just a regular old is grounded. That's a bool. I wonder if these, since I'm not like applying the gravity. Oh, this is what you're saying, right? Nickname. You're right, you're right. So now it always works here, but does it always work here? Oh, it's still doing the landing. Oh. Which is because gravity doesn't push you into the ground. We can make gravity always apply because it will be... We could also try if is grounded. Bad code. Just try without it. I think it will just work. The only part of this is that we will start sliding down stuff. Or I thought we would. I'm jumping much lower now for some reason. It's because... Oh, this is also why the jump felt a little bit off. I see. And when we're moving up hills, okay, but it's still better this way. And we're not actually sliding down this, so it's a good start. Oh, you can say player dot up direction. Interesting. I wonder if I can use that for something interesting. I didn't know that existed. Cool. We can say like up direction depends on not if it's flipped, but if global position y is larger than 0. Otherwise down. And then rounding should just be like if it's on floor. We shouldn't have to do this. Works here. Looks like a charm. We are this high above the ground. Let's see, like if I'm looking straight ahead, you see like that much, okay? Yeah, now we're above the ground on this side instead. Okay, cool. This works. This works. Now let's fix the jump. The jump now feels strange. I think the initial force needs to be higher. This now feels so much better. Three fika, 3:30 fika even. Okay, we have this other concept in the other where you can actually jump off and press a button to flip the camera. Let's get that in there. I have it on flip, on F. And I think I want to have it on like a mouse button thumb 1. So how do we do that from no, don't say it. Discard that. So camera. If I press flip, what do I do with the camera to make it flip? We can rotate. Just try this. Let's do it in unhandled input. Wait, can you? And then we just say like camera rotate Z rad to deg 180 degrees. Deg to rad. What happens? I press that button, nothing happens. F, nothing happens. So it doesn't work. Yes and no, danger rep. I like having rename. That's really good. So if I do this, it will be like flipping works, and it even like. But this is now upside down, so I really don't want to flip around the camera Z. But we can do, instead we do 180 degrees in two directions, like X and Y. So we're not doing Z. No, it's still fucked up. Okay, I don't know how that works. 280 degrees in X, everything should work. Yeah, it is the same as, so if I do this, I can do that, and then, no, it's flipping. Oh, I shouldn't play, I should rotate the player. .180 degrees, and then it should be like flipping around in place. So now I can jump here, flip around and land there, jump, flip. The question is, how do I do a lerp towards that? Yeah, that makes sense, nickname. Now, so how can I animate this instead? Because what I really want to do is like have this feel organic rather than in the old project. Camera flips around using an animation, and that's nice. However, that also locks, so you can't like move while that happens. And the flip is really around Z, and then when it's done, it does sort of this. Rotate 2. Maybe. It's like you can rotate the flip is whether or not the local camera Is that what I did? If we do global, does things still work? What I was thinking was like maybe I can do Z. No, that makes the everything backwards, and it doesn't understand that up is not up. Which is surprising to me, because I feel like this should turn around and then Y should become... This part would be easy if we could get the player rotation to work. Yeah, it's tough. How can I make this? It's easier to do if I can pause the input, but I don't want to pause the input. Can we... Here's what I'm thinking. So we set desired up to negative desired up every time we press it. And then we can take our camera and make it look at that direction. Or look at forward. Or desired basis is going to be camera dot basis looking at camera basis forward with up. Maybe global basis, I don't know. Shouldn't matter. Z desired up, and then camera dot basis slurp towards this over this. This is angry though. It should be done like that. Assuming it's not scaled, it should be... Doesn't work at all. Certainly doesn't work. We do it with some other... It almost works. It's pretty cool. But upside downing like this now is super broken. Like, I can't even do it. Can I do something with, if I just keep it outside of the, or rather, what if I did it? Can we fix this? VS Code messes up indent when moving lines. This is not Python though. Okay, let's not get yeah, that doesn't work in here because it's you know, dependent on the, it's like it doesn't know what to do because the indentation carries significance. Otherwise I like to do format on every save. Actually, it's nice. So did this work? No, it won't let me like go back into, which is fun but not what we want. Okay. We can do rig rotation. Instead to see if I just like rotate this now makes some things work. Like I can still move forward and back, and up and down works, but no, it is reversed. It works in the upside down. I can go. Is this about the global? GDScript formatter? Oh, it works to format it, but since it's messing up the indentation, how is it gonna figure out? It's not formatting. It's like the actual. It would be like moving the brackets in other languages. I want to have this happen, but I don't know how to do it. Do I need to take something more into account? Because now it works. Then I flip, and now everything is upside down. That's fine. And then I press F, and now everything is correct. So it's different when I flip everything upside down using this rather than the other thing. The camera works all over the place, but movement gets screwed up because something needs to be reversed somewhere. And that just, the only thing that uses is if player is flipped. So if I do this and I move around, it's gonna work. But if I press F now, it's gonna be reversed. Camera works, but the movement is reversed again. So if I make this like bases, maybe. Okay, now X and Y forward and this is a brain teaser for sure. So how can we make movement work, take this into account as well? Because now I think both backwards and forwards, so everything should be reversed when in flipped mode. So we can do like rig. This doesn't feel good. That didn't work. Oh, it is if z-axis doesn't work. It really is flipping only forwards and back too, which is strange. And that doesn't work now, right? Forward back works. Forward and back works. Everything is correct as long as I do it that way. But now if I do it this way, everything is reversed, but the camera is correct. I'm tempted to do a different thing here. Because I feel like if we, instead of flipping everything, would do like camera But we need to flatten forward. I think you can do, can you do a cross? Something like this. Global. Doing a slight issue. How can that works? Flip upside down, it still works. But I guess it's gonna move slower. Or I'm gonna be able to move upwards if I do that. So I need to flatten it to whatever up direction is. The way I've done it before, it's to say like forward dot y is 0 and then forward is forward normalized, exactly. So now I can no longer move up, and if I jump, that works. If I do this, it still works. It's doing one interesting thing, which is that it's reversing the camera, this lerper here. So if we're landing upside down, I wonder if player flipped works for this. Either it should be there or it should be here. And then if we're going around, it is upside down, I think. It is. But maybe this flip is not correct now. Yeah. Doesn't work. Wait, is grounding working now? How can this be a problem? It is because whatever I set the value at, it Okay, I'm confused. We can try one more thing here, I guess, which is like if it's not force, assume it's force y, and force y is going to be negative in one of the directions and positive in the other. Now it's wrong here, and it's correct here. Farts. Is it correct if I do it this way? Correct and wrong. I don't know. I don't know, man. It might have been that the jump was wrong, but the other one was correct. I didn't think of that. Whoa. This is sort of correct, but it's way too much. It's way, way, way too much. Why? There's a little like it's a very quick stop there, and then this happens, which is kind of strange. Yeah, you're not wrong, Artemis. But we want a faster feeling thing. So go like, I'm thinking like 15. It's way too slow. A cooler. Yeah, it's going in some direction at least. Yeah, I'm not a... It's almost as if I shouldn't be doing lerps on this. Should be like a spring force or something instead. We can add some force and it'll keep the camera moving. I'm also missing the rotation, but I don't know what I did to deserve. Oh wait, is it that it was correct? It's just that jump was wrong. Because it sort of didn't make sense. That's the wrong direction. And that's the right direction. Oh, it works. It's not the best thing I've ever felt, but it does work. I feel like there's something about the desired smoothing on these that are weird. Let's increase them. Oh, but wait. Maybe it's not correct if I do it this way. If I do this, it's gonna be reversed. Of course. Farts, I haven't solved anything. Works. Works. Flip. Works. Flip and then also do that. Works. Okay. It is extremely annoying. But it does work. Yeah, it's got like a million little... I wonder if it wants to do... if it breaks now that I change what's... No, it seems to be working. Whoa, that was wrong. Or is it? I feel like it should rotate the same direction all the time. So maybe what we should do is like have an angle instead of the desired up, and we just increase the angle by... Eventually correct, yeah. Now desired up we should take away so we're not getting okay, let's fix this one later. Just make this work. Now that we use lerp angle, it's doing that. I want to make a smoother transition across those two. This should be renamed to desired flip angle. And then I'll have another actual flip angle. And I will move towards flip angle. Since this is just gonna increase, we don't really need the thing, right? We'll see, we'll see. So we want to lerp flip angle towards desired flip angle. So this is, no, we shouldn't lerp it, it should be move towards, and actually we should not do, this is the flip rotations instead or something. So we're just adding plus equals 1 here. So we're gonna move toward like this, and then the rotation should take smooth step 0, 1 over flip angle. Now we probably should wrap this around so that it's between -1 and 1. Oh right, times pi. It doesn't work more than once, which is fun. Okay, that I don't quite understand why. But we can do multiply equals. We could do modulo. What a feud. Okay. Now we have a nicer curve, but it is weird that it sometimes flips one direction and sometimes another. What's going on there? What's nice is that it doesn't have to, we don't have to like stop the camera while this happens. So I like that. Maybe 15, so we get a little bit of a faster transition. Why is it so slow to settle? Is it because I'm using lerp on top of a smooth step? Yes. Doesn't feel very smooth. But it is, yeah, it's not in degrees or something, so it's probably... If you're running on your hands, can you still shoot? Good question. Is that a good rate? Maybe 0.5 faster? That's pretty sweet. I'm just very confused about it. Sometimes rotates left and sometimes rotates right. Actually, I want it to always rotate in the same direction. It's possible if we remove this. Well, the problem is going to be that the move toward is not going to work. Or rather, the smooth step will not work unless I modulo here instead. What? Nope. We could remember the start angle and destination angle, and then just animate using that instead. Feels like there should be a better way to do this. I think we're gonna live with this for now. I don't know how it happened, but I think potentially the maths is more complicated in this version than in the previous one. But we have a little bit more. We have one feature that I like that we hadn't in with the previous controller, which is the flipping. Like you can move the camera while you're flipping around. It felt a little bit like jarring when you did that before. Also, handling the gravity ourselves makes that we can like flip it smoothly. That's a good learning too. See if we can get the this thing to work again. Here it's flipped. Here it's flipped. I think it's flipped all the way now, so just flip this. Correct? Correct. Correct. Beautiful sky out. Look. Yeah, kind of nice. Okay. Well, I have to look like that way. Quite far. And no, I can see you because we don't have line of sight. I wonder if, Jake, if at our distance the curvature of the Earth would be visible? Probably not. Cool. Okay, sorry. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. So here's the game as it was. Whoa, really slow. A little bit higher. So the way it works here is that, for example, that flower had its weak spot on this side. This one will have it on the other side, so I'll have to go and do that. And then also I can like dip to get rail back and then back to this side. That guy is on the other side, so I gotta flip around, kill it. You use you use the water to gain height or to gain access to killing certain enemies. I'm not gonna make it. Maybe. I could have done that. Like the flipping and the railing is kind of fun, but a lot of the enemies aren't that fun to play against. Oh, it's only 16 kilometers. I thought it was much more. Maybe you're not at home? Maybe it isn't more, actually. Oh, I fell off. Anyways, that's the way the game is. And you can wishlist. I'm just gonna mark it for a second. You can wishlist the game, please do. So this is how it feels now. It's actually a good thing to test. It feels kind of similar, but everything feels much smoother. Partly because I'm not using physics. I'm using character controller instead. So movement is actually running at like 200 or 400 FPS. This is where it's weird. Like, if I... Maybe it's when I'm doing too fast. Just, yeah, I'm just tipping over too fast. And maybe forward starts to become backwards or something during that. So as soon as I pass over the edge or the 0 point, it starts making forward, backward, and then... Oh, I don't know. So I still feel like game is played a little bit too fast. Let's tweak some stuff here. So for example, acceleration, I think we can get that down a little bit more. I mean, maybe we can get air damp down a little bit. And maybe gravity could go down. Not sure. Maybe. And then we have the forward force when jumping, which is directional force 10. Let's bring that down to like 7. Okay, now... I think now we're jumping a bit too high. So let's take down the initial force to like 7.5. Let's do 7. Hold force could be 0.7 now. Now it's starting to feel more like a normal FPS in terms of movement speed and stuff. Can still go pretty fast if you're jumping. I think jumping should be stronger again. Hold force could be active for a little bit longer, a little bit faster, and this goes to 8.5. Tweaky, tweaky, tweak. Should boot up like Ultra Kill and see how it feels. But it does feel really, really smooth. That's good. It's the maybe the camera's Y position should animate towards something. Ignore like the but yeah, it works. It works. Hey Visual! Thank you for the raid. What are you doing, peeps? Welcome here. Hello, Captain Pagar. Does feel like the air damp is just way too much, which is surprising to me. Is it never using air damp because this is dumb? But we have is grounded now, so oh, now we reversed it. So progress, I'm exploring the idea of maybe taking a few steps back. Yeah, I feel like maybe there should be a spring force acting on the height of the camera, which is gonna be a bit weird. Right now it's for like technical reasons. So we're doing a big refactor. So this is just a clean project. We have imported a few things from the old one, but not that much. Just trying to come up with a bit more scalable ways of handling certain things. Both the speed of development and the actual speed of running the game was a little bit slow before. So shall we implement? Is that already in there now? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I'm gonna stick with moving things over to this project or taking some learnings from doing this and try to apply it in the old one. At some point we gotta stop rewriting, but I don't know. So movement does return an axis that is not normalized. And when we're moving, we are normalizing, I think. Wait. We can't change this. Now it's normalized so diagonals aren't faster. But I kind of want diagonals to be faster when you're jumping and you get some forward force. I think this should work. It's like movement, aligned movement input times directional force. And this is not... Let's see how it feels. So diagonals and moving should be the same speed. But if you're doing it... Should we have different acceleration factor for when moving in the air as well? I don't like the snap that happens when you land. But maybe it's good. I don't know. We also have some other things we can do, like the FOV could change when we're moving fast. That also adds a bit to... Oh shit. That's visual insanity, then, I guess. Thank you so much. So we got this working with like all the things we want, but it's written even in this rewrite. It's a little bit too many things around, like was flipped, is flipped. Yeah, this is not correct either. Was flipped is not what we want. We're not using that for anything yet. So, cool, we have all this. We have 30 minutes. Less than 30 minutes. 20 minutes. Do you think we can get the visual effect in there? Kind of want to bring in the effect pipeline. It shouldn't be a big deal. Wait, I was doing the wrong thing. Back. Create a new folder for rendering. Grab some stuff from over here. Scripts, rendering. I guess I want all of these. Put the other ones in camera. Yeah. Now we have these. The first part, now we're gonna need some GLSL files. Do we actually, can we actually just get the entire pipeline here? How angry are you gonna be? Very angry. That's a bad place to put it, isn't it? Right, the LUT. We need a LUT. This should now be assets, textures, rendering. Yeah, I don't want settings rendering. That's dumb, I think. This compositor then. So I'm gonna use this from compositor. No, from world environment. Environment stays. Quick load default compositor. Why is it so angry? Because probably it hasn't run the thing, so maybe it works here. Look at that, it works! Straight up just worked. But it doesn't work in the editor because it's not set up properly. There's something that needs to be called. I don't remember call it something. Like initialize compute, or maybe if I just do like default compositor, this recompile on, recompile, and then with this it should be like, it even works in the editor. How is this possible? Just a matter of making sure these get compiled once. So it's possible that we need to make sure initialize compute gets called somewhere. I think in ready would be a good place, wouldn't it? Hello. Now let's go get our, I think this is not, there's not a lot of things I want to change in here. Maybe the positioning of this should probably be like shaders, rendering or something. Let's move them around and see what happens. Let's do like assets. Where is it? Assets, folder shaders, and then like post-processing. And this is where we want all these things to live. At least the GLSL part. Those should go there. And then this should also be called post-processing. And then I think we should get rid of the compositor and then move this one out and call it compositor. And now I have world environment here. It's a reference to the compositor. You can turn it on and off here, which is not great. Ooh, right, so the reason it semi-works is that I thought it was, yeah, it is because I don't have the world environment set up. There's no default, is there? There's a default environment, but that is not what we want, because the environment does not contain the compositor. See if we can do something smart with our plugin. Maybe we need to clean that one up a bit though. Add-ons, like compositor preview is the name of it. Script tabs, we don't really need that because we're using VS Code for this. So maybe we can remove this one actually. Cool, compositor preview is not on. I can turn this on and off, or I thought. But I think it's because this one exists. There's some issue with yeah. This should be settings compositor, I think. It's in the ballpark. Then it doesn't really reload the plugin, so I gotta go in and do that manually. Couldn't find. Right, I moved things. Forgot about that. And all of these compositor effects. Can we have reference to a GLSL file somehow? So I don't have to like if I have export var this is bloom, so like shader or something. I don't know that it is a shader, it's like something else. Bloom compositor it's got shader, quick load, doesn't have anything here. Text file, text asset, path, node path, editor paths, maybe not. Cool, so we have settings rendering. This should be assets, shaders, post processing, root for all of our things. So for bloom, that's that. Copy, quantize, now the problem becomes the world environment node. And now it works. This doesn't look at all like what just... Right, yeah, so we don't... What does that mean? Why does it look so weird? Is it because it's multiple? Let's just restart and... Oh, it's got like a million orphan things. Wonder what that is. Turn it on. Looks a bit wrong, to be honest. Is it because everything is gray here? We don't have like the environment on. Yeah, that's why. So can't add world environment, but I can add a default environment here. We just saw it. Where did it go? Here. I'll pick the default environment. Will it work? It looks like this. And that looks like that. And when I'm running the game, it's not looking correct because it hasn't applied the... I know how to fix it. It's just a matter of implementing a thing. Don't know what file it is. It's probably like game or something. You know what we do? Do this. We add a util that is like make visible on ready, and then we just do like extends node. I wonder if node has visible, but like ready. Visible is true. Make it a node 3. It might be called something else. Node, off node, missing node, animation node, visual. It's probably called like a renderable node or something. Whatever. Node 3D. So we will create our world environment here. Pick the environment. It can't be made visible. Okay. I was thinking I could just disable this or something, but there's no easy way of doing that. Because I probably wanted to be able to toggle this on here. Okay, I'll see how I did it in the last project. I think it is in like game. System game, maybe. Not game manager, right? No. Let's open this up and just look for world environment. So where does this happen then? There's so many files in here, it's hard to... It's not rendering manager, I think. Something about something, utils. Not in here, right? There's a game. It's called like game underscore something. Maybe it's a file. Game underscore game scene. Here we go. What are you doing? You want to eat my... Let's just show this. It's not in... that's why I didn't find it. It's in the wrong folder. Script, and we put this in rendering. It's gonna be called something else. It's gonna be like add render add environment. I want to open this with Ocean Mirror. Class name. Add world environment. Wait, it inherits from what? Canvas layer. And should probably, I guess it doesn't matter. World environment prefab. But can you actually do that? You cannot. Oh, it's because this needs to be a node 3D. Damn it. Save, reload. Cannot instantiate the world environment, but we will fix that. So instead of doing this, we will do var world, and should be like, instead it's going to be environment, and then we'll do like world environment equals world environment new, and then environment is environment, and then we add the child world environment here. Doesn't like this. It should be environment, not world environment. Here we go, like that, and then it should work. Now if we play, any luck, it should. Didn't work. Now. Didn't work. Okay. Is this... Ow! What the heck? This is just not correctly... Every time I save, this gets... What? Is this a case where it's got a script open here and yeah. Not good. Still doesn't work though. What? Or it actually does work. It adds the environment. This is not a tool or anything, right? We'll add the environment, but it doesn't have a reference to the compositor. And it doesn't have for like camera attributes. Like that. I could inherit from world environment and just set these up. Yes, cat. I would never remember this. There we go. Now it doesn't look the same. I bet it's because we don't have a default environment here. This now works. I can turn it on and off with this. That's the effect, not the environment. But if I want to, I can do no environment. Yeah, this works now perfectly. Perfect. Really nice. It's annoying that this says like that. Can we ignore the warning? Sorry, I'm not paying attention to chat right now. Did I just reset again? Oh, so it seems to have worked. Nice. Cool. So there's a bunch of settings we can work with here. What time is it? Oh, I should go. I should go. But we can do like chromatic aberration to increase that scope thing. We can do more scopedness and stuff. We can twist. Didn't work at all. So that's something we need to think about. It's not twist. Yeah, you do twist and face actually. So you can do this. When we are we actually have a reference to the quantize effect. And then in here we can set the face to be the same as rig rotation, or like whatever this is, a flip angle. If we hook it up. It's really bad. And it needs to be different. But there's something I can copy from this, I think, in the camera rig. Was something about phase here. There's like elapsed during turn rotation, flip twist. I think this is can use this part. Maybe that'll make some difference. It might also just be like reverse, so it should be negative angle or something like that, or 1 minus. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that's it. It's not very juicy, but I can fix it later maybe. Cool. We got that. Now we can go have a weekend, I think. Time for raid. Anyone in chat who wants to get raided by like 74 viewers? Pirate is alive. Hey, Kev is alive. Also, Jackie has grown a lot. Nice. But we're gonna do... Am I locked? Let's do the go to Kev. After this is done. The finals. I still haven't played it, but I kind of want to. It looks cool. Okay, peeps. Thank you so much for hanging out. Please wish list Ocean Mirror so we can get there. Put it in the chat there too. Why not? And then be nice to Kev. So yeah, hugs and kisses. See ya.